Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday to you. How's everybody doing out there? If you're with me either in Discord chat or on YouTube, go ahead and say what's up. Let's see who's with us on this wonderful Friday, this Frisky Friday, Futures Friday, Data Friday. We got a lot of fun stuff happening today for Friday. It's going to be a very exciting session. Good morning to Eku, Jim, Kim, Big G-Ski, Rui, Hadi, One Man Wolfpack, Ricardo, Kodak, Shane, Larry, Trader Page, John, Ricardo, Christian. Hello. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Discount. Hey, Ricky. Hey, Jonathan, Kenny, Smooth. Good morning, everybody. Are we all ready to crush the markets today? I did put on a position in one of my accounts earlier when I was writing the morning memo. And let's see, that is this one right here. I put on a position long. You can't really see it here. Let's see. This count right there. There we go. Put on a position long there. 3 lots. So I'm going to let that thing work. Hopefully it'll do well through the through the print. But we will see. And there. All right. So yeah, we'll be trading these this data print. My goal is to try to hold that position all day if we have this trending. The thing that I'm kind of seeing here, at least for now, is the fact that we've held in this channel for the Globex session right here. We've held that channel. So as long as we're holding that channel, we're finding buyers in that channel. If the data that comes out is super strong, then we could definitely hold above that channel throughout the session today. And Apple has a little ways to go, and I think that it could get bought up after that earnings report, even though the guidance is a little bit weak. Good morning, Fister, Rui, Double G. Ooh, Rockmani with his new setup. Nice. Look at that. That's really nice. What size screen is that there? What's the Apple TLDR? They actually beat on their iPhone sales and their, I believe it's their hardware. iPhone and hardware. So iPhone sales, 40-inch screen, nice. iPhone sales up, hardware up, but China sales down. So everybody's kind of focusing on the China sales as being down as not being a good thing. So, yeah, but we do have a lot of data out this morning. We have the NFP out, and that's going to be out at 8:30 here. 8:30, and we also have the unemployment rate, the 2-month payroll net revision, average hourly earnings, and the labor force participation rate. So the notes that I have for the NFP, they are reported to have a rise of 180,000, which is a decrease from the prior 336,000. The forecasts right now are anywhere from 125 to 285,000. So if we had an outlier print outside of either of those numbers, we would have an extreme reaction in the markets. The unemployment rate is projected to remain at 3.8%. Monthly wages are expected to increase to 0.3% from 0.2%. The yearly rate is tapering to 4.0% from 4.2%. Ruiz says also had the same trade, but already closed it, testing on a new strategy. Nice work. Good trade. Good morning, Kenneth. The market sentiment largely suggests that right now that the Fed has paused their rate hikes. So if we're looking at the next FOMC in December, right? It's 40 days away. It's going to be on December 13th. It's only the 3rd today, right? Yeah, it's the 3rd. So that's 40 days away. And if you're looking at the money markets right now, the money markets are pricing in that we're going to have a pause in December. So they're pricing it at 80% right now. So 80% pause in December. So unless something changes in the data, this might be the actual terminal rate that we're at right now. And then we'd start to see rates come down next year. But the only thing that's keeping the markets from going hog wild right now, I mean, they already did. We're off, 200 handles off the lows in the S&P, right? In the S&P cash, I believe. If I'm wrong, somebody could correct me here, but I think we're 200 handles off the lows. But he did kind of keep the window slightly cracked on the idea that we could potentially have more rate hikes in the future. And so, given the more data that comes out between now and December 13th, the better it's going to be, because we're really going to be painting that picture. I do expect at least one of these data releases to have somewhat of a curveball, right? Something, that's out of character. It could be today. It could be the prints today. We do have, we didn't have an SCP dot plot for this most recent FOMC, but we're going to see for December, they are going to release an SCP dot plot. And that's going to give us a lot of information. So December, 40 days from now, it's going to be a very exciting day in the market. It's going to be a very exciting trade. So all of the data that's going to be coming out between now and then is extremely important. Extremely important. I see there's about 70 of you folks in here. Go ahead and smash that like button if you're enjoying the stream here. Let's see how many likes we have. Oh, we got to pump that up. We're only at 20. Come on. You guys could do better than that. So the first data is going to be out here in 20 minutes. Like I said, I already have a position on, and I'm just going to leave that thing there. And if it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. Nothing I can do about it. It's just sort of, if we break this 29.25, it really is just dependent on the data. It's a dice roll going into the data, because if the data is favorable for the markets, the risk reward on this trade is very high, very high. So I'm happy to be stopped out at a loss on this trade if I'm wrong and if the data is unfavorable for the markets. But just the structure that I saw overnight with this right here, this structure, the fact that it coincides with what I talked about on our wrap call yesterday in Clubhouse with these bottoming wicks here, a lot of interested buyers in this section. Now, we may tuck as low as 14.5 and I'd get stopped out, but that doesn't mean I can't re-enter the position. And my stop is below this area of 29.25. It's just below that area. And my entry was right around the topping area of this channel here, around 53.25. So it's definitely a dice roll. It's definitely it's higher risk, but the reward complements the risk nicely. It's at least a 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So I'm long. Here, let me just show you guys the trade here. This is it right here. Switching over to it. There it is. So I'm long right above that channel, 53.25. And my stop is below that. And if the data is not favorable for the market, I will get stopped out at a loss. And if it is, if it ends up being a good print for the market, I think the risk reward will be phenomenal on that trade. So that's what we have going into the print. Happy to get my face ripped off for that print, but it's called putting on risk. Trading is putting on risk. It's not putting on guarantees. You have to put risk, and you have to take calculated risks. Rockmoney says, it hit my supply zone in the NQ, going to need some momentum. Yeah, we do have an upper supply area up there for sure. There is a lot of overhead supply that is fueling the market to the downside from that area that's between 60 and 70. There is an upper overhead supply, and it exceeds all the way up into 993.25. But again, this is the type of print where you can have an extremely favorable outlier print for the market. Would a print that's in line be positive for the market? It could be, definitely. But what I really want to see is for the NFP, I would love to see something like, the lowest forecast is 125. So somewhere in the range from 100,000 to 175,000 would be extremely favorable for the market, in my opinion. If the unemployment rate is above 3.8%, also very good for the markets, in my opinion. What else? Monthly wages. If they stay the same at 0.2%, that would be great. Because the Fed is looking for inflation to be under control. That's the whole purpose of what we're looking at here. The Fed is looking to have inflation under control. If people are getting paid more and there's a lot of people in work, that means that there's a lot of money in the economy and prices will remain high. If people are out of work and they don't have access to funds or credit or capital, there's less money in the economy, and that drives the prices of goods and services down. Simple economics 101. So that's all we're looking for here. We just want to see less people having jobs, unfortunately, and we want to see less money in the economy so that we can have inflation come back down. Because if people have money, they're just going to continue paying these prices for things. So these are very important prints here. NFP Friday, very, very important print. And it can go either way. So yeah, this is it's definitely a dice roll. I'm fully prepared to get my face ripped off on this print. The other scenario that I can see happening on this print is that because there are going to be a lot of stops below this area here, we could come right down to 14 and a half and send it to the south side there. Could easily happen. So that is in 15 minutes. The market's going to probably chop sideways until then. So it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to take a trade going into that here. We traded yesterday here live on the stream. But once again, we were blessed with one of the choppiest openings. Just like last time we traded live here for the open on the stream. And it was so difficult. We ended up coming out the other side. We made $2,700 in profit, all live traded. And it was so difficult, but we came out the other side as winners. Or it could rip down initially and then rip right back up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it can go right down into this area, stop everybody out, and then go right back up. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm fully prepared for that. Kenny says, does that area you targeted a qualified supply zone? This down here is just where we've had a lot of buyers in the overnight Globex session that coincides with the regular trading hours from yesterday, where we had a lot of interested buyers in this area. And the way that we tapped this area down here, again, we could come into this area right here as well and come back into that as well. Tap that and just rip higher. That's why my stop is below this zone, and it could easily get ticked out. But again, we're putting on risk here. Good risk to reward on the long here. For sure looks like it could run to 369 on the triple Qs today. It potentially could. But again, we have to see what these prints are going to bring. These prints are going to basically dictate the trade for the day. And if it initially flushes low, we want to see if we have interested buyers looking to pick up the flush low here. If it just goes immediately higher and doesn't have any hesitation, then we could potentially have an additional grind up today. There are a lot of folks that are shorting this market still. And, they'll continue shorting and shorting and shorting. And that will give fuel to the markets. The thing that I really like about the pattern today is specifically Apple being just below 175.81. So if we were to creep back up and explode through 175.81 today on Apple, which is a big key level for Apple, we could definitely see some more upside price action today. But again, there's no guarantees. It's all about you're putting on risk. You're putting on risk into the market. You're not putting on a guarantee here. It's about putting risk on. So we will see if we get a nice reaction. There is a lot of overhead supply in between 85 and 15,005. So 14,985 up to 15,005. A lot of supply up there in that zone, in that area. But we also have a lot of interested buyers that are basically between 25 up through 50 here. So we'll have to see how the it really just comes down to the print, right? Whatever the print is. If the jobs come in that the non-farms are weak, I think the market will launch because that is in line with what the Fed is trying to accomplish here. So we are 10 minutes out from the print here, folks. 10 minutes out from the print. I noticed you normally prefer to play the aftermath of prints. What changed in your perspective with this print in particular? Nothing really other than the fact that what I've drawn here on these areas here. This is showing up as a demand zone in the overnight session. Obviously, there's some overhead supply to be concerned of here, but there's some overnight demand and it coincided with yesterday's regular trading hours demand. So that's pretty much it. And I think it's the potential of having a really strong print here makes this a really nice risk to reward. The leads are weak. Did you check out Omnovia? I didn't get a chance to check it out yet. No, I was exhausted yesterday. Didn't really, I did a little bit more trading after I came off the YouTube stream. Couldn't it skip over your stop? I'm using a market order. It's a market stop. So no. If it goes below that and sweeps below that, it'll instantly market me out. We also have some Canadian data that's coming out at 8:30 as well. That's the Canadian unemployment data. So a lot of data coming out, a lot for the market to digest. It's going to be a very volatile print. I think my stop is wide enough to withstand the heat. If we do have a duck back down here, we could easily get stopped out and end up getting smoked on this position. But again, it's a risk that I'm willing to take. And it's just one account. That's the beauty of trading on Top Step. You get 3 XFAs. Dealer positioning and 0 DTEs. That's their gamma exposure here. A lot of puts on the SPY. A lot of calls, looks like, on the triple Qs. What movie is that from? That's one of the best movies. Don't they do the NFP print in that movie? Eki just posted a screenshot here in Discord. Isn't it the NFP print from that movie? Why have your XFAs not gone live? I don't know. I think it's you need 20K. I don't have 20K in a single one of them yet, but I got an email from the risk manager saying that they're looking at my trading. But they don't call up every XFA into live. There's some people who have like 50K in profit in their XFAs and they haven't been called up to live yet. So there's another YouTube streamer who got called up to live and he's had multiple XFAs and never been called up to live. So, I mean, it's at their discretion. But I did get an email last week from the risk manager that was saying that they are looking at my trading. I'm embarrassingly new to futures. The issue that I'm having right now is that my NinjaTrader platform is showing NQ December 23 and I don't see NQ F15. No, that's fine. NQ December 23, that's the one you want. You're in the right contract. This is not NinjaTrader over here. If we look at NinjaTrader, it's this. So you can see right there, it's you're in the right contract. NQ December 23. That's the correct one. So you're all good. But also, you know, I've been actually spending a lot of time trading options and not really focusing tons of my attention onto the futures trading. And we are building an audience here of more and more futures traders. So as my attention shifts back into futures, I used to trade futures years and years ago, pretty much all the time. As my shift of focus goes more into futures, then I think I'm going to go wherever the tide brings me. So if you guys want more futures, I'm going to trade more futures. If clubhousers want more options trading, I'm going to trade more options. But right now, the needle is tilting more towards futures because, I mean, when you have a company like Top Step that's out there that makes it so accessible, you don't have to put your own capital at risk. That's a huge plus for people. That's a huge bonus. So we are 6 minutes out from the print. 6 minutes out from the print. 25th Hour, that's that movie. Gosh, that's a great movie. If you guys have never seen 25th Hour, they have a scene in there where is he? I think he has an options position, or what does he have in that? Does he have options or is it futures? I can't even remember, but he goes against whatever his risk manager is telling him to do, and he puts on a massive position. He ends up getting it right, I think. Well, spoiler alert, but I haven't seen that one in a long time. A really good trading movie, if you guys haven't seen it, is The Rogue Trader. You guys should check out The Rogue Trader. That's a really, really good one. All righty, Apple is perking up a little bit. Tesla has made new pre-market highs here. Meta is curling up, Nvidia as well. Microsoft is the only one that's looking super toppy to me. Amazon sort of sideways, but Microsoft kind of topping out just below 350 here. So I'd really like to see Microsoft reaching high above 350 today. That would be ideal. I see there's about 90 of you guys in here, so pre-print. Let's see if we can pump this up to 50 likes. How many likes do we have? 43. We can get to 50. Come on. Let's get to 50. Has anyone seen the series Industry on HBO? It sounds really familiar. I think I might have given that a try. I don't think I have seen a... Maybe not. All right, we're inside 5 minutes now. Inside 5 minutes here. So let's see. It's a stock Forex trading show. Boy, I got to check that out. No, I definitely haven't seen that. Takes place in London. I got to check that out. Is it realistic? That's the thing about trading shows, is that it's hard to make them realistic because it's so boring sometimes. Right? So incredibly boring. All righty. Let's see if we can also trade on a combine here and catch a little juice in the combine. And hopefully our swing account goes well here. This girl holds a Forex position way too long. I feel like any Forex position, if you're holding it, you have to be pretty scalpy with Forex. I haven't traded a lot of Forex, and I don't think I ever will again, but there are some successful Forex traders out there. I prefer futures over any market. I've always said that, even when I wasn't trading it for a while. Anybody who asked me, it's the most pure market out there. It gives you the most daily opportunities. It's the most consistent. It's the most, you can employ the most strategy into it, and you can come back and play it every single day. Whereas, if you're looking at something like small caps or something like that, you run the risk of, you wake up, your gap scanner is dead. You're just sitting there like, well, I don't have anything to trade today. It's never really the case with futures. You're going to have choppy days, but there's never going to be a day where you can't pull 10 handles out of the NQ. If you're patient, you have to be patient, but there's usually almost always you're going to be able to pull 10 handles out of the NQ. All right, we got 2.5 minutes here until the print. 2.5 minutes here, folks. Anybody else enjoying their Celsius this morning? Still not sponsored, by the way. Really need that sponsorship. I need one of you guys to come through for that. Good morning, G-Lines. Welcome. So we are at the upper end of this volume node, too. The upper end of this range. So this could get really, really dicey. Michael Lawrence says, wow, trading the job numbers. That's what we're here for. Let's see how it goes. I mean, this is a tale as old as time, as old as the markets are. Trading jobs numbers. It's like EQ posted here in Discord from the movie 25th Hour. I hate that name. I got robbed by that name in crypto. What's that name? Celsius? Oh yeah, Celsius. Oh boy. Yeah, I remember somebody was asking me about that. They're like, "Oh yeah, did you hear the founder of Celsius got arrested or something like that?" And they thought it was the drink company, not the crypto scam out there. So pretty funny. All righty, let's switch over into Ninja Trader here. And let's see how this print is. It could be so wild and stop us out here. It could be very, very extreme. Order books are clearing out. We got 1 minute to go here, folks. So we're looking for, the estimate is 180,000. We'd love to see that come in cooler than the estimate. Does NinjaTrader have tick, volume, and range charts? Yes, they do. I love NinjaTrader. It has everything you want as a trader. $30 seconds here, folks. 30 seconds. Yeah, and with Top Step, you get free access to NinjaTrader. You don't have to pay for a NinjaTrader license. 15 seconds here, folks. 15 seconds. Good luck. Let's see if we can get a favorable print in the market for us here. And we do. Look at that. 3.9%. Seeing if we can break above 15,000 here. And we are up above 15,000 there. Very, very nice. So we're up 3,200 on that print and rising. Very, very nice here. Gorgeous here. I'm taking off one into the ask. Got to take off this ATM strategy. Very, very nice. Beautiful. So we're up at 15,022. This is another level that we have here. So I might peel off one more and just leave one running. No, we're gonna ride that even higher. Beautiful, beautiful, favorable print for us here. Wow, your swing must be up so much. Yeah, this is it right here on screen, if you can't see that. Yeah, this is gorgeous here. This is beautiful. Watch it to see if I'm going to peel off any additional lots here. So NFP came in at 150. That's why we're seeing such this huge reaction here. Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at this. So this is why we said the risk reward was there on this trade. All right, so we're down to one lot here as a runner. I'm going to move my stop here, and I'm going to actually change this. And I'm going to put this, here, let me just do it on this one. There we go. So I'm going to move that to 15,010 or 20, sorry, 20. There we go. And this thing is just ripping here. So that is why the risk reward was so nice for this one. And this is why I said, you know, when we have that, what we're looking at here, when we have that overnight area being tested and it coincides with our regular trading hours there, that's why I was pretty strong on the thesis. And you can see we actually encroached right into that order block there. But that's why I was pretty bullish on my thesis here. And that's why I was willing to put on the risk that I did. And so right now, just realized so far, we still have about 2,000 unrealized, but realized we're up already $2,800. And this is real money here, folks. This is in an express funded account. Up 4K on my sim account. Should have used my combine. Well, next time, but it's okay. It's okay. Don't fault yourself for that. It's completely fine. I'm going to move my stop up to the 30s now in case we pull back here. Because we hit our 52.25 level. So I like 30.25 here. Nice trailing stop. Yo, nice work. Anybody else catch that? I see discount up $1,100 there. Very nice. Anybody else catch that beautiful print there to the top side? Nice. Dude caught it for $520. Anybody else in YouTube land that caught that print there? I saw Sean caught $4,000 on his sim account. Got $1,000 for Chris, 587. So much fun. Way to go, folks. You love to see it. You love to see it, right? All right, Tesla going higher here. Just 200. My ATM hit immediately. Could not change it. Wow. KHA up $5,700. Nice work. Bummed out I had to step away. Amazing work, everyone. Jealous. Yeah, we're having fun here. We are having fun here. So I'm up over $5,000 now on this trade. That was only 3 lots, folks. 3 lots. 3 lots on that trade. Imagine if you ran this puppy dog with 15 lots, which I could have done, but don't want to be greedy. Why did gold rip? That's a great question. Is Bitcoin up too? I'm going to move my stop to the 40s now. This 52 and a quarter level is giving us a little bit of pressure. But yeah, so does anybody have any questions about what I was talking about before that print? I tried to make it clear what I was talking about here with this area of being, the fact that we kept on encroaching in this and we found a lot of strong buyers. This creation of this order block right here was my tell, and I watched it interact. I waited until it interacted right at that 53 level. You can see my entry right here on NinjaTrader is right at 54. So I tried to... All right, we just got stopped out. All right, so what does that put us at on the day here? Let's go ahead and put that up. We're up $4,500 on the day. That's 1 trade, 3 lots in the NQ, and that is in our Express funded account. Let me just show that here. So we're all on the same page. Drag this over here. Can we see that? That is $4,500 in my Express funded account. That's the only account that I traded today. We can all see that. So there we have it. We might go higher, but I'm happy with making $4,500 there on my Express funded account on one single trade with 3 lots. And I wasn't greedy with my stop. I think that the stop placement that I had was exactly where it should be. So there we have it. That's a great way to go into our Friday. Great way to go into our Friday here. And remember, that's only on 3 lots. And I traded this on a Top Step account, which means that, do you know how much money of my own money that I had to risk to put on this trade? Do you guys have any idea? How much of my own money did I have to risk on this trade? My own money. Does anybody know? If you want to get very, very technical, there is an amount of money that I actually had to risk. And Michael's got it right. I only had to risk 150 of my own dollars. And by the way, I wouldn't have actually lost the account. Had I hit my stop, I actually have a balance in this account where I wouldn't have actually lost any money. I still have the account. I could still trade it. But this is the beauty of trading with Top Step. And we were talking about this yesterday on yesterday's stream. This is the beauty of trading with Top Step, is that you don't have to put your own money at risk. If you're putting your own money at risk, you can lose your own money and you can't get it back. If you lose Top Step money, even on an Express funded level, you don't lose any of your own money. I can take a withdrawal for this money right now. I can put in a withdrawal request for Friday and that money will be there on Monday. It's my money. If I lost the money, I don't get to withdraw it anymore, obviously, but I didn't have to put that money at risk. What causes spikes? That is the NFP, the non-farm payrolls, what we've been waiting for all week here. And welcome, Apex. Good to have you with us here. So yeah, does making $4,500 on Top Step give you as much satisfaction as trading options? I mean, when we have a really good options day, the best options day we had recently was like a 5-figure trade. So we're halfway home. We're halfway to 5 figures on this one single trade. If I would have ran it 6 slots, we'd be up 10 G's. So, it's all good though. I'm very happy. I can't, if you make $4,500, you're happy, right? And you're doing it on a good risk reward. You're doing it where you have a solid trade plan. that makes me feel good. I love trading with a solid plan and when that plan comes into fruition. Technically, it's $298, $149 for the combine, $149 for express, except, wait for this one, the very first payout that you take on your express funded account, they refund you $149. So it literally is only $149. You pay $149 for the combine, you pass that, you go into the XFA, your first payout, they refund you a $149 on top of your payout. This is how bad they want real traders. Like, this is like, you look at these other funding companies, it's like, yeah, exactly. You look at these other funding companies and they have this, you know, you have to have 10 trading days and you have to be in this payout window. You have to make exactly this much amount. We're going to chase you up on a trailing drawdown, even if you're in a winning position. There's other funding companies where I couldn't do this exact same trade. And what's the reason why? Let's imagine if it spikes up and then it comes back down and then it spikes back up and it goes again. It didn't do that exactly. We had this little flush down. I mean, look, here was my entry right here, this blue arrow. So I was up in the position and then it flashed down to here. Now think about this. If you're trading with another funding company that has an interposition trailing drawdown, you're going to have this in the profit that is all going to account. It's going to count against your trailing drawdown. So when it comes back down, you're likely going to blow the account right there. When I'm down right here, I'm only down from whatever it is at that position. So 3 lots from 50 to 40. Anybody do the quick math? I'm only down $600, right? $600. That's it. If I'm doing this in a different funding company account, my account's probably blown right there and I miss all of that alpha and I'm kicking myself. Top Step is the closest thing you'll ever trade to trading your own real money. And that's why I love them as a funding company. And they want to have real traders. And they're one of the few that actually put traders on a real live market if they perform well. So true. And actually 150K account is cheaper on Top Step. Yeah, I mean, the people get confused because there's other funding companies that do like these 20% off sales, these 80% off sales, these huge, like crazy sales, but they don't realize that there's no sale when you finally get to the passing level. And then you still have the same dumpy rules where you're going to get stopped out, even if you're correct. Yeah. So there's another funding company that Sam's mentioning here. They don't allow news release trading. That's the other thing. There's no restrictions. There's one rule with Top Step and it's don't hit your max daily loss. If you do, you're locked out for the day. You do it twice in a row, then you've likely blown the account. Although on the XFA, like one of my XFAs I had at $9,000, I lost full. I had a max daily loss, not yesterday, but the day before, and the balance went from that thing from $9,000 to $6,000. I still have $6,000 more of drawdown, so that's 2 more full max loss days in that account, if I want. What was the question up here? There was another question. Is it a controversial question if I ask how you would compare Apex to Top Step? I think I've already touched on that quite a bit here, but I mean, just to reiterate, it's for me, it's a no-brainer because there's no interposition trailing drawdown. And now keep in mind, I took a $20,000 payout with Apex. I'm not just speaking like, oh yeah, I tried Apex, whatever. I took a $20,000 payout from Apex. So this is coming from somebody who actually got a payout from Apex. I took a $20,000 payout from Apex and then I never traded those accounts again because it's not real trading. You're trading a game within a game. It's a carnival game. You might have success doing it, but it's not the trading that I'm used to. You're not trading the markets. You're trading it's a carnival game. This scalpy nonsense. And it was to make that $20,000, it was the least, it did not even resemble trading. It was in and out and in and out and in and out. And oh goodness, if you're in and then you're positive and then you have to close it. It's ridiculous. It doesn't resemble anything close to real actual trading. So if you're wasting your time doing that, you're not going to get any better at trading. Real trading. It's not going to exist. Michael Patak is a really good guy also. Yeah, Top Step's been around for a decade. They've been around for 10 years. Is there a reason why you did one account with 3 lots versus copy trade with 3 accounts with 1 lot? Yeah, for me personally, I found more success just for me splitting up my accounts. I was copy trading, I think last month. What is it? It's November. Yeah, September, I was copy trading across my XFAs. And for some reason, it was mentally more challenging for me to do that versus just trading one account at a time. When will they move you to a live funded account? What are the requirements? They don't talk about it. They don't since it's a proprietary firm, prop firm, They don't talk about it. They don't talk about the exact requirements that they have for moving you to a live funded. Me personally, I would prefer to stay in sim for the rest of my days because it's a lot harder to fill a 15 lot in the NQ in a real world environment versus on a sim environment. So the longer that I stay on just the XFA instead of going live, the happier that I am. Believe me. I want to stay on a XFA forever. Just because, you know, I traded my own money. I trade futures with my own money, and it's hard. It's hard with the NQ to get big fills. Ajay says, I was with Apex and they conditioned me to scalp. Yes, this is what I was talking about because of the trailing drawdown. And I suffered on trading options. I was unable to stay in trades longer that I originally enjoyed. It's 100% true. It teaches you awful habits. It teaches you very scalpy habits. It's not your fault because you're either getting lucky or you're being extra scalpy. That's the only way that I've personally been able to find success with Apex. It's hard to fill 15 contracts. Yeah, if you're at a competitive area in the market, it's very hard to fill. Like if you're trying to, like, let's just say that you have a limit order here, like up at 52 right now. You're tapping that and tapping that. It's FIFO, first in, first out. So you're tapping at that 52, and look at this. We're flushing back down to 50 and a half now. So if you have 15 lots up there, they're going to tap it and they're going to take, a couple lots, and then the algorithms are going to see that this person has more than like 2 or 3 lots, and then they're coming right back down. So if you're trying to fill on the ask, otherwise you're going to have to hit the bid or you're going to have to hit a market order. But yeah, it can be difficult to trade 15 contracts in the live markets. You're not going to get the same instant fills that you will with the XFA in a sim account, right? That's my point. They called up someone yesterday live. He looked slightly disappointed. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's definitely a badge of honor, but you're going to be. If you're trading large size, 3 contracts, you have no problem filling, especially like I did here. I was scaling out one at a time. No sweat there. So yeah, it's different. It's different for everybody. It's different. It's dependent on your trading style, what your goals are and all that. Ajay says, I'll check out Top Step. Do you know if you can have multiple accounts in a trade copper? Yep, you can trade 3 accounts at once. And there's a link right in the description down below there. Ruby says, want to see him fill his position. It's going to be interesting to see him trading that account. I wish him the best of luck. Yeah, that was funny on Top Step TV yesterday. Mike was asking him, do you want to switch? And then they're like, no, don't ask him. Because the same thing goes for me. I'd say no too if they gave me the option. Of course not. Why would I want to have trouble getting fills? But yeah, Ajay, you can use a trade copy. You can trade 3 accounts copied. No problem. 3 accounts is the maximum. But the cool thing is once they bring you to a live account, they can combine, if you've had 3 XFAs, they can combine all that into one live account. And then you can still trade 3 XFAs alongside the live account. So you can technically have 4 accounts at that point. So we are holding above 52 and a quarter here. Will be very, very interesting to see how this market opens. It's so funny how many people just think it's too high. It's too high. It can't go any higher. People were saying that 2 days ago. Can't go any higher. Can't go any higher. Look at the markets now. We're above 15,000. Do you remember when everybody thought that the markets were going to be trading in the NQ 13,000? I was one of those people. I thought, the market's coming down. Boy, we're going to breach into 13,000 here soon enough. Dixie continues to dump. Seems that futures will pump. Well, how about that? Apple's still not above our 175.81, so we could see some upper topping resistance up at 175.81 today in Apple. So, yeah, great start to the day. Great way to go into Friday. Just awesome to trade this alongside everybody in here on YouTube and Discord. A lot of fun, as always. Keep the questions coming. I love having an open dialogue here. Could the print cause another melt up all day today? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Remember, so we were talking about this before the print came out, right? The expectation was 180,000. I said anything cooler than that, markets will rip. The print came out at 150,000, right? 150,000. which is cooler. The lowest estimate was 125. So imagine what the market would have done with like a 120 print, 124 print. So yeah, the markets could definitely melt up. You have to remember, there's counterparties to every trade. And what fuels the moves like this? I mean, NVIDIA is going nuts right now. NVIDIA is going hog wild right now. And what causes the markets to do this is the fact that there's counterparties to every trade. So when we're looking at this trade here, we're looking at the fact that, well, there's counterparties to this trade. They have to close their shorts because that's what's causing a lot of this buying momentum. And then you have folks that are just buying this here because they think that the market's going to melt up. And then we have a self-fulfilling prophecy of a little bit of a short squeeze here. Now we could have a melt up or we could have big pops of short squeezes here. Do you think the other news coming out today will have a big impact on the market? Not as big as what we saw with the NFP data. That was the star of the show today. However, do keep in mind, we do have Kashkari speaking today. Kashkari is very volatile when he speaks. The markets are very volatile when Kashkari speaks. He is speaking today. Let me pull up the schedule. He is speaking today at... Getting down here to Friday. Kashkari, where are you? I want to say he's at 12:45. Yeah, 12:45. Yeah, there's going to be a large opening gap. Absolutely going to be a big old gap here. I really, again, my focus is going to be shifted towards Apple in that 175.81 level. Tesla, tremendous recovery. Already up almost 10%, over 10% off the lows here. My goodness. It's so funny, you know, watching market sentiment, how fast it shifts when you're looking at something like Tesla. There's somebody that I follow on Twitter, on X, and they are a long-term Tesla holder. And anytime Tesla goes down, all of the trolls come out. All of these crazy trolls come out. And they start bashing this guy like, oh, look, you didn't sell. Oh, you should have known to sell at the top. All these armchair quarterbacks come out of the woodwork talking about, you should have sold. You should have sold. It's crazy. And now look at Tesla. We're at 222 in Tesla in the pre-market here. Holy smokes. My high today on Tesla, my high of day on Tesla in the memo today, which I haven't even published on Clubhouse yet. What was our high of day on Tesla? 222.19. Okay, so we're almost there. We're almost there. That was going to be our high there on on Tesla. Just goes to show how much these prints can move the markets. Michael asks, why doesn't E-Trade, TradeStation, Thinkorswim partner with TopStep? Tradeovate does, but no, think about it. If they partnered with TopStep, how are they going to make money on their commissions, right? They're not going to make any money. TopStep is great. You get to use any software you want. You can use, I use NinjaTrader myself, but you could use Quant Tower. You could use Tradeovate. There's another one somebody mentioned in here. It's like ATAS, I believe it is, ATAS. Keegan says, because those companies are old. Dude says, I listened to Best Loser Wins yesterday on my road trip. He's right. That feeling of closing a trade too early can cause some crazy emotions if it goes in the right direction you intended. I'm sitting here wanting to see a recording of my trade because I'm so confused why I closed it so early. I was sure I turned off my limit sell because of what I learned from the book. Inner dialogue saying, let it go, dude. But man, it kept eating at me. Thanks for the good trade. Grateful I got the piece that I did. Well, good self-reflection there. I would copy and paste that right into your journal there, dude. That's some great self-reflection there. And yeah, like Discount says here, don't worry about that at all. That's your skepticism with TopStep, the fact that they don't partner with another broker? I don't know about that. Rui says, looking forward to their own platform and your review of it. Well, we should be able to stream it next week. Next week, we should have access to TopStep X and be able to stream it. TopStep X did launch their beta, and I believe they already chose the 500 lucky people who got a free 50K account for it. But yeah, you got to understand, those are other brokers. Those are not software companies there, Michael. Those are other brokerages. And TopStep is not going to, I don't understand how they would partner with it when they are a prop firm that is funding their own accounts and they don't need an external brokerage for that. So yeah, they're never going to partner with another broker. TopStep X doesn't have tick, volume, and range charts. Well, use NinjaTrader or Quantower. I believe Quantower also has that. In addition, it has heat maps and TPO charts. Just a glorified TradingView. Yeah, they definitely use TradingView in it. But yeah, that's a great thing about TopStep. You don't have to be caddy-quartered into picking any certain platform. You can use whatever platform you want. And TopStep X is all web-based, so it works across Mac, PC, mobile. It's just a good option to have for people who don't want to use another platform. You could use whatever platform you want. So you can still get paid when trading on a SIM account with TopStep, as long as it's an express funded account. That is technically a SIM account. You can absolutely do that. Do I trade from my phone ever? I used to a lot. I had one of my bigger trades way back. This is back like 3 or 4 years ago. I was trading from my bed on my iPad. I think I made, it was a 6-figure trade on Netflix, and I was trading from my bed in my iPad. And I woke up super late, and I had a position on overnight. It was an options position. This is when you could hold options positions overnight because everything was just so juiced up. And it was amazing. I woke up and I was scaling out of the trade from my bed on my iPad. But there's some phone traders that we have here in Clubhouse. There's one phone trader in particular. He may or may not be watching right now, but one of the best phone traders I've ever seen. And I don't know how they do it. There's some folks that I know, younger folks, that still trade only from their phone. I could never do it. I like the traditional layout of having a bunch of screens and yeah, it was great. It's funny too, because, if you guys don't dream about trading, you're obviously not trading enough. It's the worst, because if you have a dream about trading, you're up in a position huge, you wake up. I have had dreams where it's so realistic that I'm up huge in a position. I wake up and like my heart is racing. I brush my teeth and I start running down to my trading office. And I get down there and it's like halfway before I'm there, I'm like, oh no. That's not a real position. That's not a real trade. This is a dream. Has anybody else had that happen before? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just so obsessed with trading. But I mean, I've had some wild dreams where it's like I'm up huge, and it's like I go and I'm like running, my heart's racing. And I go and I realize I don't have that trade on at all. That's why I stopped trading crypto. Oh my gosh, crypto. I traded a lot of crypto back in like 2015, 2016. Crypto, that was fun to trade. Back when, what was I trading on? Was it Coinbase? Coinbase had like that pretty robust, dark mode platform. What was that called? It was like Coinbase Pro, right? They had a pretty good trading platform, web based. I traded on that. I was trading a lot of Ethereum way back then. But yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun to trade at the time. Do I know ICT concepts? Of course. Yeah. We talk about similar smart money ICT concepts. We talk about those in a lot of the webinars that we do. GDAX. That's what it was. GDAX. That's right. Yeah. GDAX. That's right. Oh man. That was fun. I have old videos of me trading Ethereum. Like I was trading at like 16, 18, 25, $80, $120. That was an insane run on Ethereum. Day trading crypto is cool, just don't hold. Yeah, we have Discount here in Discord. He's a crypto trader. I think that's where his roots are from. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he used to trade a lot of crypto. I'm pretty sure. Not roots, okay, but yeah, traded a lot of crypto. Gotcha. So looking at the E-signal here, we are just kind of up here at this 52.25 level, just up high here, and kind of wicking and topping. And Apple is not even touching that 175.81 level. Roots is ChadFi. I like that. Roots and ChadFi adopted DeFi. There you go. Nicely done. That's awesome. Yeah, I had a pretty substantial crypto portfolio that I held, and then I also day traded a lot of it too. And I was in the back in the day. This is before the most recent run. There was ICOs, it was the pre-NFT run. They had the whole NFT cycle, but before that, there was ICOs, initial coin offerings, and that was insane. That was a lot of fun. There was some fun stuff that you could make a lot of cash doing that on. There was some fun days in crypto way back. I was back in 15, 16, 17. That was some fun times in crypto. Crypto bull market was sweet. I was on Binance since day one, loaded up on their BNB coin for $2. Yeah, the ICO was the gold rush. There was some crazy ones. I still have, I think I have a ledger that still has a bunch of those ICOs on it. And, you know, who knows if they're listed on any exchanges or anything. But I had an old portfolio that I looked at, I don't know, like a year ago. And it still had some value. It looked like it had some value, but it was just funny. A blast from the past looking at that. I hadn't even remembered that I was trading there's one called Storj, STORJ. What was your number one habit you stopped doing in your trading career that took your P&L to another level? What did I stop doing? Stop tilting. That's probably number one. Stop tilting. I was a terrible tilter. That was probably my absolute worst problem because I could give back weeks and months. It was terrible. And I was relentless. Like somebody had to cut me off. It's either the bell that's cutting me off or blowing an account that's cutting me off. Averaging into losers for me for discount. How did you overcome it? With time. Time in the market and journaling. Journaling, probably the biggest part of that. I'm going to post the morning memo here for you folks, but by golly, the morning memo has been posted. But a lot of these levels are going to be pretty disqualified now after that print because that was a big outlier of a print. Buy 1, buy 2, buy 3, buy 6, sell 6. Yeah. Averaging into losers, no good. Yeah, it was so good. I would get 1 of 10 good ICO and offset the 9 losses. Yeah, I was crazy with ICOs. I'm trying to think what my best one was. Maybe 10x. Do you remember that one? 10x was that was a fun one. That was a wild one. That one gave me a really nice return. That was crazy. That thing pumped like nuts. Good morning, Tough Aldrin. All right, I'm going to run a poll in Clubhouse here. And this will decide whether or not we're going to trade into the open here. Let's see. All right, hold on. We're doing the poll here for Clubhousers. There we go. So that's been posted in Discord here. Hey, there's our phone trader that I was talking about, by the way, in Discord. There's our phone trader. Tell you what, if we, what are we at here? We're at 66 likes. Can we get up to 75 likes and we'll stick around? Let's get up to 75 likes here on the channel. And then we'll stick around and we'll trade the open here. Can we publicly shame no voters? All right, so we're at a 78-21 split here. Yeah, we do have the PMI in 42 minutes. That's right. That is the next big print. We have the PMI and then we have the ISM 15 minutes after that. Oh, we're 1 like away. You guys are good. You guys are quick. So yeah, today's going to be an interesting open because we have a big old gap now. Apple is looking weaker than I wanted to see. I'm actually surprised that Apple is weak below 175.81. That is surprising to me. And I'm sure it's equally frustrating for people who are pre-market trading Apple here. So we're at an 80-20 split, basically, here for the Clubhouse vote. Good morning, everyone. I have this whole high power line worker job thing, so I'll be in and out. Not me. Welcome, Ben. Can we give a warm Clubhouse welcome here to Ben? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again here, Ben. So we got 26 minutes to the open. It does look like, did we hit 75 likes here? Yes, we did. We hit 75 likes. So we will be trading here into the open and see if we get any nice setups. So let's do a little bit of charting here. Let's go over into our e-signal. And I mean, we have this big old order block here on the 15 now. Have that one right there, which we may come down and visit. We have the one below it. And let's go into the 60 minute here. I want to see back here where we are in this zone. Go to, let's go to the 4 hour here on the chart. I guess we could just do 240 minute. All right, so what do I want to see here? I want to see this area right here. Whole mess of lines here. All right. So this area I'd be watching. That's the area that we're in right now. And then above that, I want to be watching this area right here. All right, so those are my areas of interest. I'm going to get back down into 15 minute. Yeah, there's the zones here. And that actually coincided. There's somebody else in here who was talking about these overhead supply zones. I forget who it was. But Kenneth said, right before the NFP, the price spiked down past my stop loss and I missed the trade. What are your suggestions for future stop loss strategies to prevent this? So on a newsprint specifically, you have to have a stop that's wide enough to take heat. Let me ask you there, Kenneth, how large was your stop? Was it 10 handles, 20 handles, 30 handles? Can you share how many handles was your stop there? Because that'll help identify. Apex says, move to a house. I'm finally on broadband. Trading on 4G is not very ideal. Yeah, wow. Congrats there. That's awesome. Congrats on the move. Spare room to set up a real trading office. That's going to be very, very nice. There's something about having a separate trading office that makes things a whole heck of a lot easier. Do you also trade other futures instruments? Yeah, I mean, I like to stick to NQ because of the volatility, because, you know, you can be wrong often, which, you know, if you're a trader, you're going to be wrong often. But NQ gives you an opportunity to make it up. Whereas if you're trading something like the S&P E-mini, the ES, if you're trading something like that, you know, you may not have that opportunity where you can make back something in the day. It moves a little bit slower. Obviously, the points are different, right? On the NQ, 1 point is $20. On the S&P E-mini, 1 point is $50. But generally speaking, you're going to have more movement and volatility throughout the day when you're trading the NQ. What's your view on 5-handle stop loss on the ES every trade? I don't like to have a rigid stop loss in every trade. Trading futures is more so about entries than anything else. You want to have really keen entries. You want to have entries that make sense in the market structure. And it's something that you'll learn over time from doing with time and repetition in the market. Like, for instance, my entry today let me go back to the e-signal here. My entry today was based on a couple different factors. We talked about this yesterday in Clubhouse on the wrap call. We talked about this area right here where I actually took a trade and I was initially wrong to it, and I jumped back in right here on the bottom of that wick there. Jumped into it long, took it above that, and ended up getting stopped out on that pullback, but made a really, really nice profit on that trade. And it took me from being, down $800 to back up $800 in one account. So that was a nice trade. I ended up losing some on that pull down because it was just a little bit too early, but made the money back that I lost right there. So That area right here, we talked about this in Clubhouse in the wrap call, talking about how those bottoming wicks were a huge tell on the 15-minute here. And so when I see that zone, definitely it becomes an area of interest. I want to have that area being watched, especially for the overnight Globex session, because if we are encroaching into that area, I want to see if the sentiment has changed. If the sentiment has changed in that area from buyers to sellers, this now becomes a big zone of supply, overhead supply up here. Now, that's not the case. We came back into this area and it retained the same qualities and characteristics that we saw during regular trading hours. Every time we came up into that area, we found willingful buyers that were hungry to take the price there, and they kept on buying it and pushing it back above our level here of 53 and a quarter, right? So that level of 53 and a quarter and 29 and a quarter, that was my area of interest for Globex. Woke up this morning, I saw that we hadn't encroached below 29 and a quarter. This was the only candle right here that encroached below it. And again, same story here. We found willingful buyers, right? This was the gap between regular trading hours close, basically the New York close, and Globex open. That's that gap that you see right here. And the gap was created because of Apple's earnings. Even though they beat on the top and bottom line, their forward-looking guidance was a little bit weak, and then China was of concern, right? iPhone sales were up, and I believe hardware was up, and those were both surprises. But the market didn't like it. It perked up initially to around 182 and then sold off into below 170. So that is what created that gap in between the New York close and the Globex open. And so that was interesting to see that 15-minute candle print. If you know how bar candles work, you know, this is the bottom of the bar. This is the top of the bar because it's a green candle. So we didn't even encroach lower than this lowest wick here on this prior area. So that was, all of these things were of interest. That was what I was looking for. That's what I was watching. And so what I'm looking for when I wake up this morning is to see whether or not we're encroaching into this same zone. We were, but we're finding buyers. This right here was my tell right here. That was my tell because we created an inefficiency here to the top side. You can see there is a gap right here between the top of that wick and the bottom of that wick. So we created a gap, and that's where I took this long on that encroachment of 53 and a quarter. That's where I went long. Thankfully, we had a very favorable print. So that's why I was long into that move, the bust out over 53 and a quarter. And my stop was just below this area here, because if we come back down, the print could have been a good print, but we could have swept the liquidity to the downside. Obviously, during Globex, they collected enough liquidity here in this area right here. That's not drawn correctly. This area right here. So that area right there was where they collected enough liquidity to the buy side to make this move to the top side here. So that was enough liquidity for them to collect to take this move higher. So it was really just watching this area from regular trading hours yesterday and then comparing it to how it fared during the Globex session here. Now we're into this, pushing into this overhead supply here. We have two overhead supply zones here. We pushed into it, now we're rejecting off of it. So we have these levels now to watch here, 22 and 993 and a quarter. Those are the levels we're going to be watching here off the open. What I'd really like to see is a pushback down into one of these order blocks, and then we solidify up, and then we're back to the races and squeezing to the top side, because you have to imagine there's going to be a lot of players that are going to be looking to take this market short here. A lot of folks are going to be looking to short this market because they're going to go with the whole story of it's up too much. We got to short this thing. And so if you're looking at this from just an order flow perspective, that's a good area for anybody who collected some buy side liquidity down here. That's a good time for them to be selling up here, right? And so natural for them to take off a piece of their position. If I was holding, let's say 15 lots into that trade, we would have made 5x more. So we would be up about, let's just say $25,000, peeling off 10 lots into that, holding 5 for a runner. I think that's a fair play. And then potentially if I'm holding 5 for a runner, my stop's still down here. If we encroach into that order block, adding back in 10 lots there seems like a pretty favorable play. Now that's just me, but imagine a fund doing this on a larger scale. They're doing this with thousands of lots. So they're getting rid of some of their position here, and then maybe their stops are below here. And if we come into these order blocks and we find strength, they're going to pick that up, get more buy side liquidity from there, and take that back up to the top side. Now, keep in mind in that same scenario, there are stops lower here. There are stops below this area right? There are stops much lower than this area that could create a downside move. So knowing that there are going to be a lot of stops below this area, we could have had, there's not a tremendous amount of volume up here. It doesn't look like a lot of people were unloading like crazy, but still a decent amount of volume. It looks like, let's just look at Bookmap here. I'd say about 4,000 contracts up above 37 or so, maybe 5,000 contracts. So if we were to go back down into this zone here, back into the 53 and a quarter, you have to ask yourself the question, and this is what you should be constantly asking yourself as you're trading. Where is the liquidity located? Because a market can't move without liquidity. A market does not move unless there's liquidity. This move doesn't happen to the top side unless we have liquidity. That liquidity was collected in the overnight session in that zone. That's why we push up to the top side on that favorable jobs print. Now, again, going back to our story here, if we come back down below these zones and there is not liquidity looking to buy here, and instead we have, let's just say at 9:45, we get a very negative PMI print, which would have to be very negative to reverse what we had out of the NFP print. If we had that, we could have a lot of stops being targeted below that zone, below 29 and a quarter. So that's what I'm going to be watching today here off the open. Does anybody have any questions about that? Kenneth says, I see that I would have needed a 30-point stop to survive the NFT trade. The NFP print you got to be able to take a lot of heat on it. And that's why I say, if you want to look at it from a dollar risk perspective, so if you're willing to risk, let's just say 30 handles of heat is going to be $600 on one lot. If you can risk 600, you want to be looking to make at least, 750 or more on the trade. So you want to do some quick calculations to see, could you get at least, 35 handles to the top side on a trade like that? Maybe 40, 45 handles. Does it make sense? Does it make sense in that zone that you're going to get that? For me in my entry, it did make sense. And that's why I was able to put that trade on. And I think my stop loss was about just over 30 handles on that one. So does anybody have any questions about what I was talking about there on the charts? We have less than 15 minutes now until the market opens. It is holding at this 22 level for now. We push back down into that 22 and we have found some interested buyers. The hourly low at 18.5 here. I spoke to a gentleman in the past who trades the non-farm payroll, and they stated that he made over $100,000 on the trade. What do you study or follow to make your plus or minus predictions on the payroll? Well, we're looking at the data, of course. We're looking at the projections, and we know that on an outlier print, the market can rip like it did. So for that one, that was basically a 100 handle move. So I'm willing to risk 30 handles on a move where we can potentially collect 100 handles because it's over 3-to-1 risk to reward. So that's generally what I'm looking at. And like I said, you can calculate it from a dollar perspective, a points perspective, whatever you're looking for there. And it just needs to make sense. The math needs to make sense. You can't risk 80 handles of heat if you're looking for a move that's going to produce 20 or 30 handles. That just doesn't make mathematical sense. You're not going to have a 100% win rate in trading. It needs to make sense. In that case, we were risking 30 handles to make over 100. How much stop loss can we risk if we're targeting 100 or 150 handles? It depends. Depends on your own personal risk preference. But you could go as far as risking 50 handles, depending on what the probabilistic chances of that trade playing out realistically. Like if the trade is going to either dunk or rip 100 handles, almost on a guarantee, you could risk 50 handles of heat if you have that risk tolerance. But you're going to have to hold it all the way to 100 handles. I didn't realize 100 handles of profit on that trade. Pretty dang close, but I didn't realize a full 100 handles. If I did, I would have made $6,000. 30 to 40 handles is fine, but you have to know that that move must produce 100 to 150 handles. It has to. Otherwise, you can't put on that risk because let's just say that even 40% of the time that it's producing 10 handles. You have to calculate that into your risk parameters. And it wouldn't make sense if you're only going to have it hit 100 or 150 handles, a certain amount of times. There's a lot of factors that go into play in the trade that I took outside of the NFP print. And, I disclosed that talking about the chart work that we just did there. Talking about, what we were looking for specifically in these zones of liquidity. And that gave me more confidence in that trade to have the stop loss that I did. Not guaranteed that we're going to rip 100 handles, but I think that we're going to get at least, 50 to 80 handles there on that trade. Yeah, market is starting to move around here. We do have 10 minutes now until the market opens. We will be trading this live to the open. Please make sure that you are subscribed to the channel here with your notifications turned on so that when we go live anytime here in the channel that you are notified. You can join us here for our futures trading live stream here. We are currently up $4,500 on that one trade that we took in the NFP. Got a really nice resolution on that trade. Absolutely gorgeous. Very, very happy with that trade. Also, too, a great place to be testing your risk parameters is in the MNQ because it's only $2 a point. So even if you're tremendously wrong, let's just say you're 40 handles wrong and you have a stop loss 40 handles deep, you're going to lose $80. It's not going to wipe you out. It's not going to kill you. $80, it's not a big deal. You trade one lot in the MNQ. You're totally wrong. Let's just say you even ran at 100 handles, which you should never. Moving your stop loss, like thinking it's going to bounce and then it never does. Yeah, then you can have a bad time. On Bookmap, which column do you look at to see how many buyers and sellers there are? I don't understand it. Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, Bookmap is one of those things where if you started on it today, you completely just like, what is this thing? So, on here, you can see on the right-hand side here, these are all the asks that are on the limit. On the ask, these are all resting passive limit orders. And on the bid, these are all passive resting limit orders here. And that just shows you the amount of resting liquidity that there is. Now, there can be hidden orders, right? Then the way that hidden orders are executed is with an algorithm where, it's layering in nibbles and it's a whole different thing. But yeah, this is the shown liquidity in the order book here. And so you have the full depth of market, and I can, scroll way down here if I want to see. And then I can also see the session volume profile here to the right-hand side. And that'll show me how much liquidity was added or taken from the market there on the bid or the ask, signified by the red or the green color. And then I can see the current order book here to the right-hand side that will show me the delta of how many lots are available. So up here, all the way up to 150, the delta is 2,300 contracts. And down here, 915, the delta is 1,800 contracts on the bid. So that's how I use Bookmap. And then the bubbles are the amount of orders that have gone off in that area at that time. How much risk is 60 handles on one NQ? 60 handles would be $1,200. And MNQ would be $120. Yeah, Bookmap, it can be very, 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 very difficult to read if you've never used it before. John says, I've heard a lot of institutions were sitting on cash, but with the recent fundamental catalysts like the NFP print today, do you think we'll start seeing an infusion of all of this sideline cash come in? It's really dependent. They have to, the signatures will be left on the tape, right? Volume has to print. So if we see a heavy amount of volume going into today, that would be interesting. It could be the end of week flows, also the start of the month, the beginning of November flows. There is no FOMC meeting this month. I mean, there was, but there's no more FOMC until December on the 13th. So that's going to be 40 days away. So we're going to have nothing but prints until then. And so we'll see a lot of end of year fund positioning going into that. And the more data that comes out, the more clearly it's going to paint the picture of whether or not we're at the terminal rate here for the Fed funds rate. Apple has pulled back significantly. So it could be another day where we have a lack of confluence across the board here, which could be, a little bit of a bummer. But let's see if we get a nice clean open here. Let's see if we get a nice clean open to trade. We do have the opening coming in about 5.5 minutes here. So again, the areas that I'm going to be looking for here are going to be the upper area of 15,052 and a quarter. I want to see if we can breach up into that. If we exploded to the top side today and we were tagging 15,100 in a jiffy, then this thing could get really crazy. Any discount code for NinjaTrader lifetime license? If you use TopStep, NinjaTrader is completely free. And I have links below in the description for TopStep on how you can join there. But it's completely free if you're using TopStep. You don't have to pay a dime for NinjaTrader. It's included, which is amazing. Totally awesome. So markets are still holding this level here, still kind of pushing up at this level. Nice work there, Rockmani. Nice job. Taking some longs. Are you trading? Is that the MNQ there? I would think, right? 15 lots unless you're just going Hambone Jones. Yeah, MNQ. Okay, gotcha. I think you were traded up there above. Rockmani says, I was wrong on the long 3 times and on the long, but making back here. Nice. Short of the 40s, now long 33. Yeah, market looks strong here. I wish I would have bought the that 22 area, but I'm happy to take a breather after we have a monster win like that. $4,500 on a single trade with 3 lots. That's it's about as good as it's going to get. Only thing that could be better is if we had 15 lots. That would be it. That would be the only thing that could improve that trade, would be the increasing my size by any stretch there. Out at 43. Nice work there, Rockmani. Nicely done. All right, we got about 3 minutes here till the market opens. Are we all ready to go here? Make sure you're calm, cool, collected. Make sure you're relaxed for the opening here. Let's see if we get any beautiful opportunities here. I want to be keeping an eye out on Apple specifically, that 175.81. If we are blasting through that area there. And for some good luck before we kick off, make sure you have hit that thumbs up button. It is very good luck. I've heard that you will have a green day if you hit that thumbs up button. It's just what I've heard. It's a rumor that's going around right now on YouTube. You get a green day guaranteed if you hit that thumbs up button. That box you have above our current position, is that from an order block created? Yes, that is the overhead supply that we're looking at there. All right, here we go. 2 minutes, folks. 2-minute warning. Make sure you hit that bathroom break if you haven't already. We got 120 seconds till the party starts. And then make sure, if you want to be caught up to the stream completely, make sure you watch the stream right now in 2x speed so you're caught up as close as possible and you don't have that YouTube delay. But by golly, this market is strong. Now I'm getting a little FOMO of missing out here on the on this push up to the top side. So I'm probably going to be patient off this open unless it just open rips here. I mean, we could see an open rip on this thing. 90 seconds now, 90 seconds. Traders don't pee, strong bladders. Or you just get a trader bucket and you throw that thing under your desk, right? I'm kidding. I hope I'm kidding. What if I reach down below here and I just pull out a bucket? 0.7 seconds lag today. All good. Nice. Austin uses an Aquafina bottle. Good. That's a great tool right there. That's amazing. All right, here we go. Less than a minute here until the party starts. Less than a minute. Let's see if we get a nice clean open here. See if we can break the streaming curse here of not having any kind of good opens. All right. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. We got 30 seconds here. 30 seconds till the party starts. Good luck. Good luck. And it's Friday. Let's go off into Friday on a good note here. Big Mac says we break the curse. Let's see. Let's see if the market gives us some great opportunities here. Let's see. The other data that's coming out, 9:45, we have the PMI, and then at 10, we have the ISM. All right, 10 seconds, everybody. 10 seconds. Let's have a good Friday today. Let's have some fun. And markets are open. Open rip so far. 52s are holding. Let's see. Apple perking up a little bit. Microsoft is selling some. I got to take that long here. I'm looking for the breakout over the 65 level. We do have a stop in place just in case. I want to see if we can just get that early breakout and ride that momentum to the top side. Microsoft very, very weak. However, I think we might get stopped out here. Let's see. And stopped out. So taking a first loss there, stopped out. We do have weakness out of NVIDIA here, weakness out of Microsoft. We may just kind of rinse around here as well. We are pushing up again. I only traded a single lot there. Looking across the board, tech is not showing a lot of strength, but the NQ is just kind of holding up here. NVIDIA bouncing a little bit, Microsoft firming up a little bit, but tech actually doesn't look very strong here, to be honest with you. We are still holding that 52 level, though. I'm going to try another long here. We are holding that 52 level. I'm looking for this breakout and this squeeze from this breakout here. Looking to squeeze above 60 here. See if we can get above this level without running out of steam here. We are perking up. That's what I want to see. Holding a little bit. I'm actually going to add into that right there. I'm now targeting 80 to the top side. Adding into that again. Going 5 lots here. Nice pull to the top side. I'm taking out 3 right there. And I'm going to move my stop actually a little bit tighter than I should. Just above break even there. There's that run up I'm looking for. Let's see if we can hold this strong without getting stopped out here. Stop is pretty tight. We did tap 80 and 3/4. That was our level there to the top side. All right, stopped out there. So that's putting us back on the green on that trade, on that account there. So that's putting us up $4,700 on the day so far. We did tag our level of 80, but we did run our stop pretty tight there. We're just trying to play this momentum. Apple is waking up here. So watching this pullback, you can see right here on the E signal, we did tap our zone there, 80 3/4. That was our level to the top side. We did tap it right on the money there, and that's kind of what I was looking to run into. The high was 80.5, so right below our level. Anybody else catch that popper there to the top side? This thing is still looking kind of strong here. Is it profit with one account or copy counts? That is with one account on the Express Funded, and I'm trading a combined account here off the open. Big Mac got that rib. Nicely done. Way to go. Up, looks like $2,200 there. Nicely done. I want to see if we can bust through this 80 3/4 level now. Apple is surging here. I'm going to take another lot long here, and I will bring my risk a little bit lower here. And I want to see us push up through 80 now targeting to the hundreds. So I want to see a pullback. If we can hold the pullback just a touch below 70, that's kind of the zone that I'm watching here. Adding one more lot there. Bit of a pullback in Apple, but we are kind of holding it. NVIDIA is still strong here. Watching here. I want to see if we can get back above 70 here. If we can, then I'm pretty strong in this position. Watching Apple here. NVIDIA giving it back its early gains. But I'm trying to keep my stop wide enough here that we can take enough heat on this position. Seeing if we can hold the 60s here or not. We do have that area at 52 as well. So back above 70, a little pop back above, but we are met with some sellers there. So watching closely. Some strong support here at the 65 level. Very volatile though. See if we can hold this area of the 60s. Super, super volatile. So we rejected pretty hard off of that 80 3/4, but that doesn't mean that we can't get a nice little pullback here right around to this 52 area. So watching. May just get stopped out here. Ran our stop pretty loose, but I want to make sure that we can take that heat down to 52. So this area is where I want to see it connect to the buy side if we are going to hold this 52 area or not. Watching here. Adding some right here in case we do hold this 52 area. Nice pullback up here. Now I want to see this strong over 70. That's what I'm watching for here. A little bit of a fight. A little bit of a chop here. Watching this overhead supply up above at 70. Adding two more right here into this push into 70. Little hesitation right there at 70. I want to see this strong thrust through 70 here. Little resistance here at 70 still. Secretary Blinken is speaking right now, so that's what's adding a little bit of volatility. Microsoft is tremendously weak here as well. I'm taking out two from that position there. Taking off another two lots. It's just not bursting through the 70s like I want to see right here. And I don't like this pullback on Microsoft. All right, going flat right there. I didn't like that pullback in Microsoft, so I'm waiting for this thing to bounce right above that, right below 348. If we reclaim 348, definitely be interested in long in this thing. But for the time being, we're kind of competing with this 52 1/4 level. So just trying to trade around this momentum here. Tech is kind of directionless here off the get-go. It looked like we'd have a little bit of strength there, but Microsoft just selling off super hard. We talked about how Microsoft was kind of topping at that 350. We had a big burst over 350 in the pre-market. If we can actually have NVIDIA turn weak here, this thing might turn. So I'm just watching here, looking at NVIDIA. Microsoft is starting to turn around here. Looks like it may be bottoming out. I will take another long here. And again, watching over this 65 area. There's a lot of liquidity in this area for Microsoft, and that's kind of want to see where things are firming up a bit for tech. Watching Microsoft here. Things are very extended here, but I do think that there is some liquidity down here that would be to the buy side. That's why I'm running my stop just below 40. Yeah, we're giving up the 52 level right now. NVIDIA very, very weak. Microsoft not holding it together just yet. Almost getting stopped out here. Looking for Microsoft to bounce that 347.5 level. Adding 2 more lots here on that push up back above 50. I want to see a reclaim of 52.5. High volume area up there in the 50s. Adding 2 more. Looking for this to break above that 52.25 level up into 60. Nice push up here. So now I want to see this strong above 60. We do have some sellers at that 60 area. I want to see us bust through that sell wall at 60 here. Adding 2 more for the approach. Taking out 4 right there. Watching this push up now back into the 70s. Taking off 2. And I will bring my stop just below break even here. So nice bounce out of Microsoft. But still choppy price action. So that puts us back at $4,700. So a loss, a win, and or a win, a loss, and a win. Again, we're dealing with a lot of choppiness this morning. A lot of choppiness. Let's see if we can hold these 70s now. This is that original area that I was watching. Because if we get these 70s holding, then we're going to be testing that 80.75 again. Microsoft looking pretty strong here. Apple holding it together. Reversal in NVIDIA as well as Meta. Seeing if we get a little bit of a pullback here. Unfortunately, have to be extremely scalpy this morning. So waiting for a pullback now. I'd love to see a pullback into the low 60s if we can get there. But it does look pretty strong so far. We have the PMI out in 2.5 minutes here. I want to see a pullback right around to 62. That's where I'd go heavy into adding into this. But if we do break above 80, then I'm going to be confidently long in this thing as well. So approach to 80, adding into that there. This is where we'll get squeezy above 80.75. Adding into that as well. Looking for this breakout to continue. Big amount of liquidity here to the top side. Want to see this holding 80s? Order book is now clearing out, so we have to put our caution flag out here. Taking out 3 right here. Out another 3. I'm going to run 2 into this print. Get my stop up here, just above break even. Let these 2 work. Print is due out in 30 seconds here, folks. 30 seconds till the print. From down 1,100 to up 55, or down 55. Gotcha. Nice work there, Austin. We could get this to dunk low rate on this print here, so having my stop just above break even. Could get stopped out and then this thing could run, but let's see if we can get enough room between the print and our stop here. 50.7 on the print. Very favorable print here. Nice push up. Beautiful, beautiful push here. I'm taking off 1 into the ask. I'm going to move my stop up on the remainder here. Beautiful push. Anybody else catch this? Beautiful, beautiful squeeze. Nice work there, Rockmani. Is that 11,000 bucks? Nice work. Up $11,000 trading the MES. Love to see it. Gorgeous trading. So we're letting this final lot work. The target now is going to be up at 120 here on this trade. Nice work there, Apex. Beautifully done. We are now pushing at that 175.81 level in Apple, so things are going to get squeezy here. Very, very squeezy. I'm going to jump into a different account here and see if we can catch this pop up to 120. So watching here as we are holding these hundreds. I still have that other trade going that's in the other screen there. But switching over to a different account. Looking for this push up to 120 now. We are pushing up against that 175.81 level on Apple. Taking out 3 here. Taking out 1. There's our push to 120. Beautiful. All right, back to this original account there. Up 710 on a runner still. We are up confidently over that 120 push now. I'm going to move my stop here to the bottom of these bars. We are squeezing like crazy here. This is beautiful. Nice work there, dude. He passed his account. Way to go. Stop's going to 110 here. Nice job, dude. Congratulations. So now looking for this squeeze up to 140. This thing is just off to the races. This is squeezing like crazy here. See if we can catch another little piece here on this approach to 140. Going back to our other account here, watching this. Seeing if we get that pullback all the way down to 110. Should see some hesitation here at 120. 120 is a big key level that we have here. We are through that first supply zone. If we're watching on the e-signal here. We are through that supply zone. So I want to see if the 120s now will hold. If not, we will get stopped out here. Tom R is up $645. Nice job there, Tom. I'm just seeing if I can catch any alpha on one of these other accounts. Now I'll just keep it on this one for now. Up another 500, up 1137. Nice work there, Kodak. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you are subscribed. The more support we have for the channel, the more that we'll do these streams here into the open. If you guys are enjoying this type of thing, I hope that you are. I hope that this is helpful. I hope that you're enjoying. Like button, hit it now. He's not lying. He's not lying. Some great advice. All right, there we go. Stopped out. So, drum roll, please. What does that put us at on the day here? Any guesses? What are we at on the day? Any guesses? Any guesses? What's our guess here? Somebody throw out a guess. What are we at here on the day? You guys are too kind. $6,400 here on the day. All streamed live for you guys. You guys, look at that. Big G-Ski got it. Ricky got it. You guys are amazing. So that was fun. That was a great opening session to trade with you guys. So we traded that in. That is across. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen here. So that is across 2 Express funded accounts and 1 Combine account. There we go. So up $4,700 in the Combine, $1,600 on the $1,600 in the Combine and $4,800 in the Express funded. There we have it. So we are pushing up higher here. What a beautiful squeeze this is in the NQ here. What a gorgeous, gorgeous squeeze. Are we having fun in here, folks? Are we having fun? Hopefully we're having a good time here. Hopefully we're enjoying the stream. One of the things that I do enjoy that we do here on stream compared to what you'll have from other streamers is that I will stream every single one of my entries, every single one of my exits, and talk about the trade as it's in progress. I will never show you a trade late unless I've taken it before the stream started. So I hope that there's some value to you guys in that. And so finally we got blessed with an NQ open that wasn't absolute garbage. Isn't that nice? We finally got blessed with an opening. And this is what happens. The more that we'll trade openings here on YouTube, the better it will be because we're going to have more opportunities for having this. It's just, it's funny to think because, you know, people are going into this open very, very stubbornly and just trying to short the pants off this market. I said very specifically, as long as Microsoft's going to hold there, we're going to take this long and strong. I didn't think we'd get to 120 this quick, but yeah, this is a great opening here. We are holding those 120s. I think we're going to get that squeeze right up to 140 and a quarter. Let's see if we want to continue trading here. The next print is out in 8 minutes. That is the ISM Services Index. That is our next print that is out here. It is Friday though, so being up $6,400, I do kind of want to pump the brakes a little bit. 6,400. We're not 5 figures, but trading that all live, you know, trading live is not an easy thing to do. Sarah says, imagine holding the original position from before the rip. Oh yeah, that would have been sweet, right? So what that would have been, what are we up here? We were at 50. So what was our original entry? 950. So we'd be up almost 200 handles here. We'll call it 175. So 175 handles on 3 lots. What is that? 60 times 175, $10,000. And we got it halfway. We're halfway home. Rock money with a Guy Fieri gift. Oh, that's funny. Wow, Sean says, incredible value getting a PhD in trading watching it. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, you definitely don't want to, if you mismanage this or you didn't trade this, if you're in and out. And I mean, we had to be a little bit scalpy there off the open, but once we started getting a little resolution, I was able to hold out for a little bit longer. But yeah, if you were scalpy in this trade, definitely journal it. Record your screen. It's always good to record your screen. Thankfully, when I'm streaming, I don't have to record my stream because it's already all archived. You can watch anytime. And if you're watching this later, you know what to do. Hit that thumbs up button. If you're not already subscribed, by golly, what are you thinking? We're jamming in our sub count here, by the way. We were at 1,000 last week. We smashed 1,100. Next goal, 1,200. I want to see how fast we can get this thing ran up. Tell your friends. Tell them to come on. Even if they're not traders, hopefully it's still entertaining to watch the stream to see how markets move and see somebody who's really passionate about the markets. Smooth says, I started getting scalpier once I had profits from prior trades that I wanted to protect. Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. That's normal. Sold anytime I saw green. Well, don't take the trade then. That's the answer. Don't take the trade. Don't take the trade until you're confident to at least hold it for a little bit. Blinken was really messing up the tape there when he was speaking. He was talking about the conflict going on, which is terrible and unfortunate, of course. But he kept on talking about it, and that's where the market was just kind of going all over the place. Microsoft had a complete fake out. And I was really honestly thinking about taking the market short if we would have broken to 346 on Microsoft there. I was honestly thinking about taking that short. So the market is kind of going sideways here for the print. Little consolidation here before the print. I got to zoom this in some. Here we go. We are holding in between our levels right now of 120 and 140. So we are dancing around up here. We have 4 minutes now until that print. 4 minutes, so we'll see if that affects the market at all. If it does, then we'll see if we have a nice trade. Rip's voice is silky. I listen all day. Yeah, we're painting happy little, what did we say yesterday? Happy little Christmas trees. The happiest little Christmas trees. Painting those on our chart. Oh, man. So here we are, just painting around this 130 area. It's going to be interesting because, again, we talked about this before the day open here. We have two supply zones, two overhead supply zones. We broke through this first one. We're very strong. I mean, we got levels all over this, but let's zoom it in a little bit. So the target here is to break this 140 and a quarter and then start gunning towards this 191 and a half. That's really what I could see the market wanting to do here. We are touching this, trying to touch this 140 and a quarter area. Yeah, I wish I would have had at least a little nibbler on still, maybe like a one lot on from one of my accounts. Apple is flirting with 175.81 again. Microsoft over 350. Do you see the confluence we're seeing today versus yesterday? That's the big tell, right? Hello, mate. I just found your channel. I want a good entry. Good luck. All right. Good morning to you, FA. So, print out in 2.5 minutes here, 2.5 minutes for the ISM services print. And that's the final print of the day. And then the only other volatility event on the table is when Mr. Neil Kashkari is going to speak. And he is speaking at, what did I say, 12:35? Could you pull your chart down? Sure. Here you go. Yeah, it does this sometimes. This is what happens on very big trend days. It just goes up and up and up. And it gets hidden behind the top step announcement up there. There we are, 40 and a quarter. Almost, right? What did we hit? 39 and 3/4. So close to tapping our level of 40 and a quarter. And it's coinciding right with that print. Funny problem I'm experiencing in Quant Tower is I can't see above the chart because we're at the top. Yeah, you got to have a way to be able to see the levels above. Tesla off to the races here at 225 and a half. Nvidia back above here. Nvidia did a fake out too. Is Nvidia and Microsoft were the big fakers of the day. They trapped a lot of people short there off the open. A lot of people probably got ants in their pants and went crazy short into those names. And this move is being fueled by people who are shorting this. Believe me, this is not the way that it was squeezing. You can tell by if you've been watching the tape for long enough, especially if you've been watching Bookmap for long enough, you know, it's one of those things that you can see when it's definitely squeezy. All righty. We got 45 seconds now into the print. 45 seconds. Let's see if we have any alpha for us to trade. Any alpha at all. Take down my profit here so if we are going to enter into a trade. Some bidders are showing up still above 120 here. Let's see what the print does. Big chunky sellers here. Back below 175.81 in Apple. Watching. Holy. Market loves it. Yeah, market loves it. 51.8 versus a 53.6 prior. Good print. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. What a print. Yeah, about that moving the whole market down thing. Yeah, this is going to be difficult here. It's going to keep going. Wow, what a print. That almost tagged, look at this. That almost tagged our 167 level. Did anybody hold their position through that print? Because that was extraordinary. That was just incredible. Anybody out there hold their position through that print? That was insane. I mean, that thing went from 25 to 50, 60, you know. What was the high there? 63 and a quarter. Holy smokes. And right back down. No trades yet on this print. We are holding below 175.81 on Apple, so that is concerning. So have we squeezed out all of the short sellers? That is kind of the question now. Have we squeezed everybody out? Can we make our way down to the downside here? That is the question. Now, generally speaking, if you want to be safe on shorting a market that's going straight up like this, you do want to wait for a break of structure or change of character. That's gonna be your safest way to play around this. If you start just blindly shorting because you think it's up too much, you can have a really bad time. Yeah, that pop did just destroy the shorts. That was definitely a print that wrecked some people there. Gosh, still strong, very resilient. Apple's still below that 175.81 though, so I have to be a little bit cautious here. I had a piece, but I didn't get out in time. Pulled 150 out of the trade, was up over 500, was waiting for more. But that's great. You don't have a trailing drawdown, inter-position trailing drawdown. So that is favorable there. That is a good thing. Still holding above 140 here. Yeah, tech is looking a little bit toppy though. Tech is looking a little bit toppy. So I might stick around for about 5 or 10 more minutes here on the stream. With that said, does anybody have any questions about any of the trades that I took today live on stream? Any of the liquidity that I was looking at, what I was drawing on the chart? Does anybody have any questions at all about anything that I was talking about? Now's your chance. I'd love to go over anything. Any questions you have about Top Step? If you want to join trading on Top Step, you can check out the link in the description right down below. That's what I used to trade, and I didn't have to put $1 of my own money at risk to make the money that I made today. I made $6,400, and I didn't have to risk any of my own capital to make that, which is the beauty of trading on Top Step. You just have to pay for the evaluation fee, and then once you pass, you pay for that account fee. But that is refunded on your first payout, so it's you don't even really have to pay anything. Can you explain why shorting fuels the market to go higher one more time? Absolutely. So what happens is that if you are short, the only way to get out of that short, because you're sold short, you have to buy the contracts back that you were sold short, right? The only way that you can close a position when you're short is to buy. So imagine if the price is going up and you're taking heat on your position, the only way for you to get out of that position is to add to the fuel that's bringing the market higher. So you're adding and then you're buying into that position. So that's what creates these short squeezes, which is like what we saw in the open today, where we had this beautiful resolution to the top side. And that's how they're closing their position. Shorts are guaranteed future buyers. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. I love that. That's a great saying. Thank you, Big Mac. Futures, I'm sorry, shorts, if you're short, the only way to get out is to buy it. So you are guaranteed to be a future buyer. That's a great way to look at it. Rocket says, great cast this week. Thank you so much. I'm excited already to come and trade next week with you folks. I will tell you though, trading on stream, it's very mentally taxing. It's a lot easier to trade alone. I'm telling you, it's so much easier to just trade alone, but I loved streaming. This is just so much fun. I have such a great time streaming with you guys. It's always a lot of fun, especially when we have great days like today. Fantastic days. So again, I just want to reiterate, Apple's below 175.81. It looks toppy. Microsoft, the level to watch, 350. Nvidia, if it's not going to hold above that 440 level, these are where your caution flag goes out, right? This is where we can see tech starting to roll over, but I'm not confident enough because we haven't seen a break of structure or a change of character to the downside. When you be live every week, every single day, Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern time. And the best way that you can get notified when I'm going live, first of all, hitting that thumbs up button, but then hitting that subscribe button, making sure that you're subscribed with notifications turned on. There is so much war conflict news that's coming out right now. My squawks are just littered with people talking about the conflict. And it's a terrible, terrible thing, of course, but it's just, that's all I'm hearing right now. So that's going to create volatility in the market. Oh, thank you, FA. Already subscribed. Love that. Of course, Ricky. Happy to help. So that, again, that's it for data being released today. The only other volatility event, I want to make sure I have the time exactly right. I think it's 12:35 is when Neil's speaking, but let me just double check and make sure here. 12:45, and there will be audience Q&A. So that's where it's going to get spicy. So set your reminders at 12:45 Eastern today. Neil Kashkari is going to be speaking. Try to get a live feed of that. Let me see if I have a link that I can. Yep, here we go. Got a live link right here. I'm going to post that in chat for you folks. No, that didn't work. Let me get the, I got to format the link here. Did that work? There we go. That one worked. Delete this message. There we go. So yeah, any other questions, folks, before I go? We've had a nice about 2-hour stream here. Over 2 hours. A lot of fun. Really enjoy hanging out with everybody. And I always enjoy the questions. So if you're watching this at a later time, come join us on the live so you can ask your questions here in real time. I love going over all of the questions here. Always a lot of fun. Double G says, all them folks on the YouTube feed need to come join us in the Clubhouse. We do this all day long, every day. Yeah, if you want to join us in Clubhouse, there's a link in the description down below if you want to check that out. But yeah, I'm locking it up here, folks. Market is coming back down, so be careful out there. Don't be one of those early shorts. Wait for big confirmation. Wait for something that's going to give you a better risk reward. Don't just blindly take trades today. It's going to be very volatile. Remember, we have a geopolitical conflict going on right now. We have Neil Kashkari who's going to speak, and I know he's the one guy who could crazy. He's crazy. He can move the markets a lot. So just be careful. He's going to be speaking today. Again, that's at 12:45. I posted the link in YouTube chat here if you want to watch the live stream from Mr. Neil Kashkari. Make sure you set a reminder in your phone if you're going to continue to trade. But we're locking it up here, up $6,400 for our beautiful Futures Friday here. We will be back here live on Monday at 8 a.m. sharp. But if you want to continue streaming here, if you want to continue hanging out, I will be streaming Bookmap full screen. So you can see Bookmap off in a second monitor, full screen, if that's something that you want to see. But other than that, I wish you guys the best of luck. Remember, it is Friday. You want to go into the weekend feeling good. So if you're up in the market right now and you're feeling like accomplished on the day, you feel like you did really, really well, you hit your goals, it might just be time to call it a day and lock it up. All right, folks? Okay, I'll see you guys all back here on Monday. I hope you all have an amazing weekend out there and stay safe. I'll see you guys all back here on Monday.